All right. Get this moved over. Get that cocked down a little bit. Oh. Hey, Cleveland, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. Janelle, Maya, hi, how you guys doing? Thanks for popping in, I appreciate it. I went and picked up the last of some purple poplar that a guy had. Hi, Jan, how you doing? Thanks for coming. So I got, right here, I got some purple poplar. It's not the greatest, but, you know. Well, I appreciate that, Janelle. Appreciate that. It's got really nice color, but it's full of knots. So I'll figure it out. I'll fix something with it. All right. So today, we're getting a little impromptu experiment that we're going to do. I was perusing some woodworking sites and different like groups on Facebook and stuff, and particularly ones labeled for beginners. So I like to see what some of these guys and girls can create, and you know, it inspires me to do better or make something different, you know. And the comments will oftentimes have a lot of different tips and things that I didn't even think about. So one thing that stood out among all others, other than, you know, people being jerks to somebody who's clearly a beginner, was gap filling. A gap, in this instance, what I'm referring to is you have two pieces of wood that you're putting together, right? And you're trying to do something, and you end up, they're not flat. You got a gap, all right? Filling that, you have different options for filling it, cutting it apart, redoing it. There's a ton of different options, and they are all very dependent on what you're doing with the part. Like a cutting board, for example. If you do glue up a cutting board, I don't have a blank in here glued up, but if you're gluing up a cutting board, anything you put on it must be food safe. That eliminates epoxy. That eliminates CA glue. Anything with a film finish is automatically eliminated, because as you're working that knife on that board, you're putting little slices in everything that's on there. And epoxy is essentially plastic. Plastic will chip off, and chips are going to go into your food. Now somebody's going to eat that, right? There are some epoxies that claim to be food safe, but in my experience, if you are helping somebody to eat something that they don't really want to eat, they're not going to be happy about it. They're probably never going to come back to you for anything else. So what we did, or what I did here, is I took took a strip of cherry, just a piece of cherry that I had left over from cutting boards, right? One singular board, and I cut it up into 5 different pieces, and then ripped it in half. All right, so I have 10 pieces, and I put, just little grooves with a saw blade on each one. Now these are exaggerated gaps, obviously, but they fit with a lot of the gaps that I'm seeing on some of these, first time glue ups of like the 3D cube cutting boards and stuff, where you have to have perfect joints and they have to be clamped together perfectly, because then what you're doing is you're slicing it this way and standing it up on end, right? And any gap that's here, that's along this edge, is going to show up here. When you cut into it, and now your board no longer, you have this gap there, and the pattern is no longer there. Hey Wayne, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, buddy. I appreciate it. So there are a couple of different options for filling, and there is one in particular that stands out. Hi, Julie. Thanks for popping in. There is one in particular that stands out for everybody's be-all, end-all for gap filling, and that is wood glue and sawdust. People say, I don't, but people say that if you use wood glue and sawdust, the same wood that you are creating your filling, right? That gap will disappear and you'll never see it. There's a couple of problems with that, in my opinion. Wood glue does not absorb things. It doesn't absorb stain. It doesn't absorb oil. It doesn't absorb anything. It's glue. It's hard. It's solid. The other side of that is, while we're going to test on one single type of wood, if you have a piece of black walnut and a piece of maple, white and black, right? And you have a gap that you're trying to fill between those two, and you put wood glue on and then you sand it, right? White and black, which color is going to fill that gap? It's not going to make a nice even straight line. You're going to get something that's probably grayish, maybe brown, It's going to be weird looking. All right. That's just me. I don't know. I've never done this. I don't generally fill gaps with wood glue because it doesn't absorb things. So we're going to find out. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate that. Have yourself a great day. So we're going to conduct this little experiment, and then we're going to set it to the side and let everything cure while we do our step stool. That is sitting right there. It's ready for a final sand, and it is ready for a final sand, and thanks, Janelle. I switched over. Applying a finish, which we are going to do shellac, and then once that is dry, I think we're going to put a paste wax on everything but the top. Don't know if we should put a paste wax on the top. If we do put a paste wax on the top, I do have these little like clear stair tread sticker things that I put on my stairs in the house. I could probably cut one of those down to fit on the top so it doesn't have a slick surface, but we don't want somebody to stand on it and go yeeting off because it's like ice, So, that's what we're going to do today. And I have, I have different ways to put finishes on. I have different fillers. We're going to use everything from wood glue to everything from wood glue to stainable wood filler, um, CA glue, sawdust. We're going to figure it out. We're going to see once and for all what does fix a gap. That's just a little side thing that I kind of decided that I was going to do, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago. So, Wayne, your guess is as good as mine, buddy. I don't know. I guess I haven't done anything yet, so they're not really excited yet. But yes, we're gonna put the shellac. That's what I want to use on the step stool. As soon as I finish my beverage here, we'll get started. But we're gonna do shellac on the step stool, and then we'll see about wax. I'm not sure if I want to or not. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. I hope everybody's having a good day. Hope you all had a great Christmas, and are looking forward to a really good New Year. I hope, or whatever holidays you celebrate. I celebrate Christmas and New Year's, so it's just automatic. I apologize if I'm offending anybody or forgetting anyone. All right. So, off camera, I already got up some cherry sawdust. Okay, because that's going to be, we're going to do two different kinds of fill here, right? So, that is really awkward. Can I just do that? Is that good enough? Shellac it does have an inherent water resistance, yes. It's not going to, you're not going to be able to dunk it in the water, but it is more of a film finish, so it does absorb into the wood a lot. You don't have a ton sitting, if you don't put a bunch of coats on, you don't have a ton sitting on the surface. And I don't know where it's going to go. It's probably going to bebop around this person's house for a while, and then turn into some place to put cat toys or something. Because that's, what always happens at my house. Things bebop around and then turn into a cat bed. So we're going to do this in two different ways. We're going to do it with apply whatever gap filler you're going to use and then sand that wood, and so that sawdust goes into the filler, and then we're going to mix up a putty and use it on the other side, right? So I have I hope I have enough, but I have a bunch of sawdust in my little vacuum bag on my sander, and it's cherry. That's all that's in there. It's just cherry. So first, we're going to start with wood glue. I know this isn't really what you all signed up for today, but I am curious to see if it actually works. So my sander has a vacuum built in, right? But I used this paper because it has holes that match the holes on the sander. And I turned it so that the holes on the sander are pretty well covered, so that this sawdust stays on the workpiece. And then it should work its way into the glue and stuff. So we're going to take off I don't know if you guys can see in there. There you go. There's a bunch of cherry sawdust in there. We're going to take that off, so that way we don't contaminate it with any glue or shellac or anything. I don't know if the shellac will work with putting it on here and then sanding it. It might. We'll see. But It's going to be a very quiet night. All we're going to run is a sander a little bit. And we're just going to run this and see what exactly works. So we're not going to be running, we shouldn't be, at least as far as I can think offhand, we shouldn't be running any power tools really, unless we get into building a knife display case. Alright, so I've got 120 grit paper on here. Feel like it makes a kind of intermediate sized piece of sawdust. And we're going to see what this does. So, as you can see, all I did was put some wood glue into these gaps here. And I'm doing 5 of them because I'm going to do different finishes on each one. So, I'm going to sand this and fill these up with sawdust. The glue is going to ruin my paper, so that's why I chose this cheap paper. So. Put a pad down so it's not sliding all over the place. Henrik, thanks for popping in, buddy. Appreciate that. Cleveland, thank you for the reminder to thumbs up. Alright, so I think I've got a good amount of sawdust in there. The glue isn't running anymore and it seems kind of thick. And it's definitely ruined my paper. That paper is now worthless. So we are going to say that that one is good. That is a sawdust and sand, or a wood glue and sand. So we'll write that on the back side. All right, wood glue and sand. All right, that's that one. I'm gonna set that one off to the side. It's gonna take a bit to cure. This paper's junk. Grab another sheet of 120. Get this lined up so that it covers all these holes, which negates the vacuum, or at least most of it. Appreciate that, Henrik. Thank you very much. Alright, so we've got the wood glue and sand. Let's switch to, you know what? Let's do let's do a straight filler. This is just, they claim is stainable wood filler, so sort of matches the color. Sort of. I don't use this stuff very much, so I kind of got to scrape off the stuff that's on the top to get to something that's usable. I'll let you guys decide in chat if we should sand over this and introduce some cherry sawdust into it, or just leave it as is. If you think we should sand over it and introduce some sawdust, go ahead and let me know in the comments, and we'll do that. Or I suppose I could do a poll, but by the time I type up the poll, this will probably be dried and the poll will be no good anyway. Alright. So we're not really caring about the edges, we're mostly caring about the middle. Alright, so we're going to clean this stuff up off the mat. John C., thank you very much. Grumpy Vet, thank you very much for popping in. I appreciate that. Flamethrower. I feel like I'm missing something there, but I mean, a flamethrower will definitely hide a gap for sure. It's usually my method to fix a gap. Throw it away and do it again. All right, get this. Wood filler is so it gets everywhere. It's insidious. All right, so this one is just wood filler. I will definitely do a stain, or I will do a sand over everything before I do the finish passes, the finish material. I've got a stain. I just grabbed a random stain. This one happens to be Bombay Mahogany. I've got cutting board oil enriched with vitamin E for some reason. I've got Elegant Woodcraft board butter, and finishing wax. Those are going to be the, and shellac, obviously. Those are going to be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are going to be the 5 finishes we put on. All right. So we did board butter. We did glue, we did filler. Now we need to do some CA glue. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sand this, but we're going to figure it out. Michael, right now we're gonna finish our. We're gonna put finish on that step stool right there, so that project is done. But about 10 minutes before I started this live, I decided that I wanted to do a test to see what fills a gap and hides it. Because I see a lot of people on, particularly beginner woodworker groups, going, oh, just wood glue and sawdust and you'll never ever see that gap again. I know, because my favorite YouTuber told me so. And I personally think that's a load of crap. I don't think we're doing any favors to people by lying to them. I think there's only one way to fix a large gap, and that is to cut it apart and start over if you don't want it noticeable. But that's what this experiment's for. We're going to see. We're going to see what happens. Matthew, buddy, thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, Henrik, I have no idea. This is somebody decided I need some Howard cutting board oil. I know you can't read that, it's backwards, but it definitely says enriched with vitamin E on it. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not sure what the vitamin E does, but apparently cutting boards need it. All right. Well, I guess we can try to put CA glue on and sand it. That is 100% going to ruin that sandpaper. Hopefully it doesn't ruin my Velcro pad. We're going to find out, I guess. This is a fairly thick CA glue, so... But I am still staying away from the edges. I just want to see what the middle will look like. And if one of these methods does completely hide it, we need the middle so that we can see where the gap, or the edge, so we can see where the gap was. We're giving this stuff every chance of success by using the same piece of wood. There are no two colors to blend together and try to fix. I'm going to sand this. I'm going to hit it with the activator. So I got to sand pretty quick here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that definitely ruins that. Alright, I'm going to hit this with the activator quick just so that glue sets. There it is. Sprayed with the activator. We are going to do a set of pre-mix where we're going to mix it up separately and then apply it to the crack. I just wanted to try to cover as many bases as possible by doing the put your medium in and then sand it, and you have exactly that wood going into that gap. But I do have a good chunk of cherry sawdust over here that we will get mixed up here. That's CA glue and sand. I can tell you right now the CA glue is an awful idea. That will do zero things for us. Interesting, Janelle. I didn't know that mineral oil would go rancid. I was under the impression that it doesn't, but I guess I could see different things in the... You've used wood putty with sawdust in it, never wood glue. Okay. We'll do that on the next wood putty. We'll do that one on the other wood putty one. Matthew, we're just conducting an experiment right now, and then we're going to do the light sand on the step stool and apply the finish to it. Right now we're doing the experiment so that way everything can sit over here and cure. And by the time we're done with the step stool, we should be able to get definitive results on our test. You mix it in prior to application. Okay. We can do that. We can definitely do that. All right. So, I guess we only have 4. We've got CA glue, wood filler, and shellac. I am not going to mix sawdust with stain. It's not going to do anything. I'm not going to mix sawdust with finishing wax. It's not going to do anything. And I'm not going to mix sawdust with cutting board oil or board butter because, again, it won't do anything. Michael, that is exactly what I do. If I have a large gap, there's only 2 ways to fix it, and that's cut it apart and start over or use a wedge. And I will often cut it apart and get rid of that gap altogether, unless it's one little spot in the middle of something that I'm doing. Then I will use a wedge. I will spend a lot of time finding the perfect wood grain and color, trying to match it as close as I can, and wedge it in there, clear that wedge off, and in my experience, it disappears 100% of the time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say 100%. 100% is an absolute, and we don't do with absolutes with natural materials. I'm going to say 99% of the time. Matthew, absolutely not a problem, buddy. I appreciate. I'm happy to help out whenever I can. All right, so shellac and sanding is going to be kind of pointless because shellac is very fluid. It's just going to run out onto my table. So we're going to skip that. We're going to make a putty with it. If it was a very small, we could. If it was a very small fill, we might be able to. I tell you what, we'll do this. We'll flip this over. All right, we're going to flip this one over so that we're not using the big gaps. We're just going to crease it, cut the fibers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. There. We just creased it, cut the fibers. All right. Damn, I dropped my product on the floor. It bounced off the table. Now I've got this damage that I've got to try to fix, okay? So that's going to be our experiment for the shellac because it is not going to stay in those wide grooves there. It's going to run right out. Michael, I agree. If it is 100% perfect 100% of the time, a machine probably made it, and a machine doing it is not woodworking. That is a hill I will die on. CNCing is not woodworking. That is computer programming, and good for you, but it is not woodworking. If it was woodworking, we would be saying that every Chinese manufacturer that makes silly bowls out of a bamboo cutting board or dishes is a master woodworker, and that is simply not the case. All right. Shellac. The only shellac that I use Bullseye Shellac by Zinzer, right? Not a sponsor. I don't do sponsors. It's not a thing. So I like it. It's my personal shellac that I use all the time for everything. So there may be a better one out there, but I found this one, and I like this one, and it's widely available. So yes, the Amish. Yes, a lot of Amish-made products. If you look at them with a woodworker's eye, they are full of flaws. There's flaws everywhere, but they're using, hand tools and things like that. You expect to see that kind of stuff in there. But at a quick glance, or to the uninitiated, I guess, they're gorgeous. They're awesome works of art with no flaws anywhere to be found. They are awesome works of art in most cases, don't get me wrong. The Amish do really well at their woodworking. And baking. They do awesome at baking. So we're going to take this little blue shop towel, and that's going to be our applicator for our shellac. We're going to try to get enough in here that it pulls up on the surface. And yes, Matthew, yes. So we want to get enough in here that it pulls up on the surface so that the sawdust has somewhere to go. I'm not just filling a gap with sawdust. Okay. So I'm going to get my can opener. I have the heat on in here because while it's about 60 degrees outside, in here the heat wasn't on. So it was about 40 degrees when I came out here. It holds the cold in very well. Try to keep this from dripping on my mat. So this is going to pull up. It's going to be kind of everywhere. I'm going to give it a fair shake and try to add to it as it absorbs into the wood. All right, let's try to get this. Throw that on the floor over there. Get that sealed up. Let's get this sanded real fast. There is our shellac and sawdust. Okay, sanded. Ignore this little gap here. We're gonna ignore this little bit of sawdust down here, or this shellac down here. Yeah, Michael, they put barns up, lickety split. They are fast. We had up the road, we had a Amish family whose barn burned down, and it took, I want to say, 2 weeks, and all of the local sawmills did nothing but produce lumber for the barn. And Amish folks came from around the tri-state area, probably even further. I'm not sure. And they built them a bigger, better barn. I want to say it was about 2 weeks, and they were all done. They had animals in there. They had hay in there, straw. All that stuff was replaced. It was a sight to see. They were crawling over that framework of that barn, and from a distance, it looked a lot like ants on like a Jolly Rancher laying on the sidewalk. It was impressive. I don't mean to say, you get the idea. Ants are a descriptive term, not a derogatory one. All right, so this was shellac and sand. All right. Okay. So now we're going to mix up putties. Right? We only need 4. So we don't need these ones. Right? Yeah. We're going to mix up putties. We're going to sand afterwards. And surprisingly, that shellac didn't destroy the sandpaper as much as the wood glue and CA glue did. Yes, it is, Michael. Yes, it is. I will agree with that 100%. All right. I need something to dump this sawdust on and start mixing up. There we go. Try to find something that's not going to affect the finished product at all. I don't know how the different chemicals will react with packing tape, so I'm not going to put anything on here. Alright, so we're going to use a little we're going to use a little sawdust and CA glue. This, like I said, this in here is just cherry. I sanded a cherry board just randomly for a little while to get. I've got about this much cherry sawdust in here. Y'all can see. There's nothing else in there. I took care to blow it out, clean it out, make sure there was no other woods in there at all. So. John, see, that's what all the neighbors did too. Everybody brought food. They cooked for them. They made cookies, all kinds of things. Went and picked them up at the different places they needed picked up at. It is definitely, I've got my issues with the Amish, but when it comes to helping out their neighbors, they're usually really, there's usually not many people better. A little more glue. We want this to turn into like a thick paste. Ugh. That is a pretty thick paste. Alright. I'm going to put this on here. Hopefully I mixed up enough. So this would be sawdust and wood glue mixed together, which is the second most common thing that I have seen people tell new woodworkers to do, because your patch will 100% disappear. You'll never see it. And I will explain to you why I think that's a lie. At least on large gaps. It may work on smaller gaps. Alright. So there is our wood glue cherry lumber sawdust putty. Kevin Diaz. I would say unfinished plywood. That would probably be the smartest way to go. Because if you get finished plywood, you're gonna have that finish to contend with, and if it chips out at all, you're gonna have an even worse time trying to repair it. Baking soda and CA glue. I've never done baking soda and CA glue. What kind of applications do you use it for? Maybe we'll attempt it. I mean, for non-wood applications, it won't apply in this instance, but I'm just going over this, making sure I have them nice and full, and everything is fair, right? Like I said, I want to give this stuff the best chance of success because, well, I want it to work. I really do. I don't think it will because this doesn't absorb oil. This doesn't absorb stain. It doesn't absorb anything. This does. So what I think is going to happen is we're going to apply a finish, and that line is going to stick out like a sore thumb no matter what happens. I'm going to take your word for that, Pippo. I'm going to go ahead and take your word for that. Thanks, Purnell, buddy. I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, so Henrik, that's the other thing. It's going to be grain dependent, right? So right now we're going across the grain. That is definitely setting it up for failure because we're going to see that grain starts, stops, starts again. All right. But if it was going with the grain, it may. But we'll be able to tell based on the color variation if it was going with the grain, if it would disappear. And I thought I did have some odds in here, Matt. Maybe not. Maybe not. Seems the mod's all vamoosed. Matthew, do you want to do it? If not, say no. That's fine. I don't want to add 100 different mods, but you are a good guy, so. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, here, Henrik, we can fix that. There you go, Henrik. All right, Matthew. There you go. Matthew and Henrik, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to quit playing with this because as it's drying, it's starting to get more brittle. But I need to get that cleaned up. Yeah, the shellac and sanding was surprisingly not destructive. And I don't know I don't know how to take that. This is wood glue and sawdust. Okay, so that one's done. Henrik, you said something about wood filler and sawdust. And Henrik, didn't I mod you? Yeah, you're a mod, Henrik. I got you. Pippo, a CNC is definitely, it is a valuable tool to have. 100%. It is a wonderful tool to have. Just like a laser engraver, it's a wonderful tool to have. And I don't fault anybody for doing it. More power to you. So we're gonna do some wood glue and try to mix in some sawdust or not wood glue. I'm sorry. We're gonna use some wood filler. And we're gonna try to mix some sawdust into it and see how that turns out. For anybody new, right now we're just conducting a little experiment to see if all the hype about doing different... Henrik, I don't think this is going to work, buddy. Maybe it's this type of wood filler, or wood putty. This stuff kind of just turned to powder real quick. Sergeant Grass, how you doing, buddy? We're conducting an experiment here. We're going to see what kind of filler actually works to fix a gap. Because I see a lot of people say, you know, my favorite YouTuber said sawdust and wood glue and you'll never see the gap again. Or, you know, whatever finish you're putting on it and wood glue, you'll never see the gap. All right, Henrik, I think I might have gotten this. We might be able to get this in here. I'm going to put this in with my fingers, though, because this is super dry. But it is moldable, so... Pack that in there. I think of all the fillers, I think probably the one that will give the least noticeable gap might be a wood filler. I don't know if mixed with sawdust is going to work out. I've never done it before, so I have no expectations for it. Play-Doh, yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's like that sand stuff. Like it packs in real good. You can form it, and it's kind of wet, but Michael is everywhere. So we're gonna throw that over there. Scrape this board off. We have one more to mix. Well, I'm sorry, two more to mix. We're gonna try shellac and sawdust because that's gonna be a finish that we put on here. So, in theory, it should blend right in. Lucifer, what's going on, buddy? Appreciate you coming in. So I'm going to leave this one. I'm not going to smooth this one out because I don't want to pull it out of the gaps. So we'll sand that down afterwards. I guess I should write on here because, you know, we'll never know what that one is. That is filler with sawdust. Alright, I gotta get rid of... Man, that filler is insidious. It's everywhere. Gotta scrape my scraper off. Just 1 second so I can clean this up so I give the next stuff a fair shake. You tell him, Sergeant Grass. You tell him. Alright. Scraped off, I think, all of that stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I think I gave it a fair shake. We feel pretty clean here. I think I got everything off my board, or at least enough that it's not going to matter. Okay, so we did the wood filler and sawdust. We're going to do CA glue and sawdust. CA glue is not is not food safe. All right, it's basically plastic. Don't use it on a cutting board, please. We're only doing it here because I've seen the suggestion, and I've used CA glue to fill gaps, but never on a cutting board. Michael, that's funny. She's in a mood. Way to go, Lucifer. You ate the pie again, didn't you? Alright, so we're going to do shellac and wood dust. I'll let you guys know, this is what I did on the step stool. I've never done it before, but it makes sense that it would blend. But I think that the sawdust will absorb more shellac and therefore be darker. So there's one spot on the step stool, right on the top, that I left a couple of scratches in, that I filled with this mixture. Because I wanted to see what it would look like. I wanted to see if it would be noticeable. That was before I decided this was going to be a thing. Alright, so put a little hole in here. The only reason I'm not using epoxy as one of these things is because the temperature in here is not right for epoxy to set, and epoxy won't set in the amount of time that we're going to have in a live stream. So, I mean, we've already been going for an hour, and we're not done yet. We've got 2 left to do. So, all right. So let's get this open. Just fold it up so we can use it as like a spoon. Alright. Going to we want this to be a thick paste as well. Could probably use a straw for this, but you know, I didn't think ahead. Oh no, no, it's running away. Oh, that actually turned out rather perfect. Let's get that on here. There is shellac and sawdust. You know what? Shellac and sawdust might actually give us the best results. Because if we're going to, with the shellac filling, or top coating, whatever. But I don't know. We're going to find out. I bet you that 100% of these will be noticeable in some fashion or another. Alright, we're going to scrape that off to the floor. Alright, one more. Get this stuff off the thing here. One more, and that's going to be CA glue. It's going to be CA glue and sawdust. We're going to mix it up again into a paste. And, oh, I guess I need to write on here. This is shellac and sawdust. Put that over here. We're going to write on here CA and sawdust. Alright. Wow, that was a lot. Oh. Yeah, that's probably more like it. And then I will hit it with activator. After I have it all in here, I'll spray it with activator so that the CA glue kind of sets real fast. If it doesn't set while we're mixing it. I'm not sure. I've never mixed CA glue with sawdust, so I don't know A, if it'll even mix, and B, if it will dry or harden before we're ready. Oh, I'm going to have glue on my putty knife. Oh, God. Oh. All right. Well, that's definitely not going to work. Wow, that's hot. So, whew, well, that burns the eyes. Good Lord. What the hell did I just make? So that hardened up immediately. That is not ever going to be a thing. And now I have super glue on my putty knife. So that'll be fun later. All right. There's our CA and sawdust. That worked out wonderfully. So all right. And this isn't any special CA glue. This literally came from Lowe's. It comes as a kit, right? Just, John C., that was CA glue, which is super glue, and sawdust. And it was an immediate fail. It hardened up before I could even mix it. So either A, it is... It doesn't say anything... Well, it does say bonds in seconds, so... Zone. Or it reacted with the putty knife or the sawdust, or it reacted by being smeared out. Put the sawdust in first, then apply the super glue. We're not going to use epoxy because epoxy takes too long to set up and it's not the right temperature in here. I will do another one in epoxy. So you're saying put sawdust in here and put super glue over the top of it? It was sort of fun to watch, wasn't it? You're just making some kind of toxic gas. I have no idea what that made, but man, it burned the eyes. It had an odor for sure. Also, I didn't know super glue got hot. Ugh. Man, that's on there. Boy, I'm going to have to grind that glue off of that knife. Good gravy. Oh, hey, I got it. Almost cut my finger off, but I got it. Put the sawdust in first, then apply the super glue. All right, I'll give it a try. So you want me to what? Just dump super glue on top of it? No mixing, no nothing? Just pack the sawdust in and then, yeah, safety lesson for the day. Alright, let's get this packed in here. We'll put some super glue on the top. We'll see what happens. It might set in. Should I put activator on it or should I just leave it set, Michael? Clearly it doesn't take long to dry or set up. The fire extinguisher. There's that garden hose in the corner over here. Hopefully any fires in here are capable of being put out with water. Just let it set. All right. So I got sawdust packed in there. I just scraped it off the top. I'm just gonna put a line of CA glue right down the. It doesn't stick to the sawdust powder, so I kind of got to swing back and forth so that it grips the wood on either side. Otherwise it peels off like oil and water. Okay. Oop. Gotta put the lid on first. Whole tube will burst into flames as hot as it gets, apparently. Alright. Sawdust with a mound of super glue on top. And we're just going to leave that set. Per Michael's suggestion. Appreciate that tip, Michael. That's going to come in handy if that actually works. Because obviously mixing it is not a good idea. Okay, now we can get down to proper business. Everything is over there curing, and it's going to stay over there curing until we are done. That'll be our little end of the stream reward, is to see how our experiment turned out. So flip that over so I don't have all that nonsense on there. So, I was going to sand off, or not sand, I was going to reroute the edges to take off those little burn marks. And I decided that no, I didn't really want to. I have never left burn marks on cherry before. And if they survive a light hand sand, I want to let them on there. I want to know what it looks like once we get a sealer on there. And, yeah, make it... I really hope not. I really hope not. So we're going to give this a quick once over. You can see the areas that I used the shellac and sawdust to fill. Here's that spot that I left on the top, right? You guys all watched me put little scratch marks on the top here, right? With the pull saw. And as I'm sanding it, I was like, I wonder if this shellac and wood glue trick will work, or shellac and sawdust, because I'm going to shellac the whole thing. And what better way to test it than on something that's being given to someone for free? So, I did not fill these gaps. Those gaps were a miscut on my... You guys all probably remember me misaligning that and cutting on the wrong side of the blade. I'm not going to fill those. It's not worth it. If this was going to a paid customer, it would have been redone. But it's going to a friend of mine, and I know that she doesn't care. So, yeah, I think that poplar looks really good, especially up here where it got a little bit of that shellac on it. It kind of darkened right up. So, yes, Michael, I thought about breaking out the hand plane, but I really wanted to see if that would work, because this was going to be my experiment to see if it worked, and then I decided, right before the live, to see how that goes. So we're going to give this a quick once over with sanding. We're going to hit all the edges, and then we're going to apply shellac to it. We're going to let it sit. It's got to sit for, I don't know, probably a half hour. And then we're going to hit it with a second coat of shellac. And that may be the end of it. Yeah, you know what? It really doesn't look that bad. It is a nice contrasting wood. It's not that bad. I might have been a little hasty on my not wanting to throw a walnut accent in there. I think walnut is overdone, and I think that permeates everything that I do. Anytime I want to put an accent on, I go, well, there's walnut. But everybody under the sun does walnut. Michael, I've never done a slab wood clock. You have to email me a picture as to what you mean by a slab wood clock. Because I literally have clocks on my list of things to do for spring. So, all right, let me get this hit with the sandpaper, get this junky sandpaper off of my sander, get some proper sandpaper on it, and then we're going to hand sand the edges. So it should only take a few minutes to get that taken care of. In just 1 second. We're going to put our little dust bag back on here. I like to use the vacuum and suck the dust right through the paper because it has an incredible amount of suction power there, way better than this little fan. But we're just going to be sanding for a minute. Oh, Michael, yeah, I've got a bunch of slabs. Actually, I've got black cherry slabs from black cherry tree that I milled up. Oops, sorry. Hey, thanks, Henrik. I appreciate that. You don't have to make it fancy. Matthew, I don't know if I can not make it fancy. How about I just build it and we see what happens. If you don't like it, I'll keep it and build you another one. You're right, Lucifer. I do like making creative projects. The mass production gets really boring for me. That's why on my cutting boards, I don't really enjoy making cutting boards for the most part. But people love them, and I like that I have a little bit of creative freedom with them, so that makes it fun for me. I try to make no two cutting boards the same. Your wife is going to steal the box? That's funny. She'll get it. Hey, Alex, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming. You already told her hands off. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah, you guys have some storms coming in, right, Michael? Or Alex, I'm sorry. Just order two and keep everyone happy. Yeah. Damn, Alex, that's rough. Yeah, we had this chat I think before about tornadoes. Like I've been super lucky, where my only storm damage is always minor. You know, a little bit of flooding, maybe a roof collapses, nothing big. But there's the whole center of the country. They well, actually probably the whole bottom. Yeah, a good portion of the country gets some ridiculous weather where you could lose everything that you've ever owned. It's definitely makes my little snowstorms look kind of worthless in comparison. So I hope you guys are all good. Oh, you're gonna do some hand sanding. Nice. I'm not gonna fire up the air compressor and blow this off. It's just not worth it. Hand sanding. I don't need to make you guys listen to a bunch of listen to an air compressor running for no reason. I'll just brush it off and it'll be fine. So I'm going to hit this with some 320, but I thought I already had a 320 out. I guess not. Man, after midnight even. Holy crap. Well, Cleveland, I hope you guys fare well too. I don't know if you guys will get the brunt of the storm or if you'll get, just kind of a leftover, little bit of it. But I know the Carolinas region has been hit pretty hard recently. We don't need y'all to be doing that again. All right. Swap out my batteries here. I'm working on charging all my batteries because I have a habit of putting them all away. Half dead. Oh, that's my last DeWalt battery. Sweet. All of them are charged now. Nice. Where's my paper? Oh. Okay, so when you're doing yeah, can't wait for that, Alex. Today it's like, I don't know, 58 degrees out there. It's beautiful today. Of course, we're going to go back to sub-zero. Alex, that's probably the smartest thing I've heard anybody say. Make sure all your stuff is charged up. Make sure you got food and whatnot taken care of. Oh yeah, Cleveland, that's right. Yeah, I've seen pictures and stuff of people showing off them the trees that should have come down, but somehow they didn't. They just kind of barely hung in there, like the slightest bird landing on the edge, knock them over. Country Carpenter, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for coming in. So, you guys all voted to have the Roman OG profile done on here. So what that means is it makes it a lot more difficult to sand. But end grain does get really rough to the touch. So we still have to hit it a little bit. So one of the things you can do is they make different pads that are shaped for the different router bits. I don't really have a need for those, so I haven't gotten any. You can just take some sheet paper or brown paper if that's all you have, and you can just fold it over, stick it into that groove, and there you go. You can sand down that groove. You're not ruining you're not really ruining the pattern. You might have to squeeze down a little bit to get in there more. Now, anytime I'm sanding something like this, no, Alex, I'm just going to shellac it. I like the way that cherry ages. I think it ages better than any stain I could possibly put on it. So I'm just going to do a shellac like I did with the jewelry box. And then it's going to sit somewhere where it will undoubtedly get sunlight on it. And shellac is not UV resistant or protective. So the sunlight will darken this stool up. And if it doesn't, then I will let her know to just put it on the back deck during the day. I am a huge fan of just cherry wood being natural. I don't know if I've shown any of you guys my bar in the house, but it is not stained with a big cherry slab top on it. And it has aged in the last 4 years. It has aged from this to a deep red. It's almost like I don't want to say it's like a blood red, but it's a real deep red. And I love the way it looks. Like, I would have never been able to duplicate that with a stain. So we're just hitting these corners or hitting this router groove, I just want to knock off any fuzzy stuff, anything that's going to grab the applicator pad. I want it to feel smooth to the touch. That's all we're really doing here. And I just have a little piece of 320 sandpaper. That's it. I didn't even sand this to 320, but we don't want to take away a whole lot of material. We just want to smooth out what sticks up. So 320 will take care of that real nice for us. It'll give us a nice smooth finish or feel. And because we're going across the grain on some of it, we want the smallest scratches. That's all sandpaper's doing, it's scratching. We want the smallest scratches possible because there's a spot. So here's a spot. I felt like this was fairly hidden. I don't know if you guys can see right there. There's some little scratches that come across the grain. They're very slight. They're right next to my finger. There you go. Can you see those? All right, so I left those there because, and I don't think the shellac and sawdust is going to work well because that's what filled that tear out. Hang on. Let's see if I had to get it in the shadow. Right next to my finger. There's like some goofy little scratches there. Like right there. I don't know. I remember I told you guys that I don't remember which end I did now. All right, this one. When you put finish on, things like that, slight imperfections will stand out like a sore thumb. And since this is only going to somebody as a gift, I decided to leave those there. Yeah, they're real light. They barely catch a fingernail. They're real light. But I wanted to leave them there as an experiment. I would have preferred they be inside. But the person that this is going to is likely going to beat this up pretty well. And it's a step stool. It's not a showpiece. Not everything has to be built like a museum unit. Or like it's going to an art gallery. This is something that I struggle with quite frequently. Not everything has to be perfect. So in order to get over myself a little bit there, I'm saying that I'm doing it all for you guys. I'm leaving that in there on purpose. It drives me nuts. And I really want to sand it out. But I want to show you that imperfections like that will stand out like a sore thumb with finishes. Now, I don't think that one is going to stick out quite as bad. But it's things like you use an 80 grit, sand pad on a random orbital, right? So it's got these tiny little circles in here. That's what it's doing. It's doing tiny little circles all over the place. And then you decide, well, I'm going to switch to 220. And you don't get all of those little circles out. When you put finish on it or stain or whatever, those little circles, you'll see them like that. They will stick out. They will be so visible that you'll never not see them. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe they stick out to me. I don't know. We're gonna find out on that scratch there. If you guys can't see it, then maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm being too picky. But I just want to bump down those corners a little bit. We don't want anything that's going to splinter, catch a little one's fingers. Since there is a little one in this house, so we don't want anything that's going to hurt a child. We don't want anything that's going to, hurt an adult, but adults are a little less of a concern. I guess. And to do a round over, if you just take a sheet of paper. Matthew, I don't know if I'm capable of doing it on something. I don't know if I'm capable of doing it very often. I like this. This gives me anxiety. This gives me anxiety. Like if this was something that, like as I'm looking at this thing, I can see every flaw that's in it. And if this was something going to a customer or going for sale, it would have been thrown in the burn pile, and I would have started over probably 3 different times. Particularly like this gap up here. I don't like gaps. I hate gaps. They bother me on a subconscious level, or I guess I don't know. They bother me. So in my experience, a gap is something that wasn't done proper, and I am nothing if not somebody who strives to do things proper. Right, Janelle? That's the other thing that I keep trying to think about is, hey, it's going to get beat up. It'll only look nice for a few minutes until the first time somebody steps on it, kicks it across the floor to move it to a different area. A child uses it as a place to dump Cheerios and milk, you know. Silly Wabbit, what's going on? Thanks for coming in. Alright, so there we are. I got all the edges. I'm going to leave the burn marks on here because I kind of like them. And I want to see what they look like. The ones on this end, on the other end, kind of lightened up a little bit. But I want to see what they look like with stain. Or, I'm sorry, with the finish on them. Because I can duplicate burn marks. Excuse me. I just slow down my router. I slow down the speed that I'm moving. Right? So the first time I stepped off of this thing, I would be on the side of it, stepping down, and it would flip over and immediately just get banged up and beat up on, I don't know, a pile of dog food or something that was right there. Because that's how my dog eats food. He puts it in his mouth, and then he goes, I'm going to walk over here, dump it on the floor, I'm going to eat these 3 pieces, and then I'm going to go get more and dump it somewhere else. Alright, I'm just checking over the corners, making sure everything looks good, feels good. Oh, there's a little bit of an area there. A little bit of an area here. The only reason I can get away with going across the grain is I'm using a light touch with 320 grit sandpaper. So the sanding marks are not near as visible. But you can do roundovers. Like you can round the edges, or you can sand routed roundover. Just take your piece of paper, right? This is just a sheet that I tore off. Just drape it over. There you go. You round it, or you sanded the roundover edge. Or you can round it over by doing that. A router is super handy, but if you don't want to route the edges of something, you can just break the edges with sandpaper. It doesn't take much. You just don't want a sharp edge there. That's it. It's yeah, the old roundover trick. It just sharp edges splinter and they take damage really easily. Now cherry is classified as a hardwood, but it is a very soft hardwood. So you can still ding it up, but the less sharp edges, the less chances of damage that's going to stick out, I guess, and the less splinters. So. Shot you in the butt with a paintball. That is awesome, Alex. That is, I mean, that is horrible. It's horrible, but hilarious. All right, so I'm gonna grab a paper towel here, or I'm gonna grab my brush first. Sweep these off. This is just a deck paintbrush. It's rather soft. I use this just for dusting things off. That's all it gets used for. Clean off sawdust, get the majority of it off, and then I wipe things down with a paper towel. Or I'll fire up the air compressor and just blow everything off. But it's fairly loud. Takes a minute. And I really don't want to annoy you all. If you guys ever want to see what the hardness is of a wood, just look up something called the Jenka scale. Jenka? Jenka, I believe is how you spell it. It's like the Mohs scale for hardness, but instead of minerals, it's wood. And you can see what different woods are. Like red oak and white oak, you would think that they are going to be the same. They're just a different color. But white oak is actually a little harder than red oak. It's also very different to look at. Like a red oak has bigger pores, bigger straws, tubes, whatever you want to call them. And white oak is much denser. Alex, I have not used wild cherry. I've used just regular cherry from the lumber mill, and I have some black cherry trees. They're very common around here. Black cherry, they get huge. I mean, some of them are over 100 feet tall and 4 feet across. And I do have some slabs and some logs yet from the last black cherry tree that I milled. They're still drying. I think I'm going to build a dining table with my black cherry. Yeah, shoot, Michael, send me some pics. It's elegantwoodcraft2024 at gmail.com. More red in the heart. Interesting. I'm going to have to look it up. Yeah, I'll have to look it up because I don't think that I've ever ran across any wild cherry wood. Huh. All right. I'm going to grab a paper towel, give this stuff a wipe down. Typically, I would put some paint thinner or mineral spirits or something on it, but we're gonna skip that. We're just going to wipe it down. Try to get as much of the sawdust and stuff off as we can. The shellac, believe it or not, really doesn't care about sawdust. It will saturate it or stick it to the pad and move away. I Now I've never done anything that had a heavy amount on it, but I do like wiping things with the paper towel because it gives me a chance to see if it's going to catch anywhere. If I forgot a sharp edge, the paper towel will find it. Your dog chewed the door trim in a very old house. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Alex, whenever you think about it, you'll have to send me a picture of it. Because if it is, I'm a big fan of cherry. I think you guys all know by now. Cherry wood is my favorite wood. I love the way it ages. I love how you can force it to age without any chemicals. For the record, sunlight. If I want this to get darker, I take it out and I set it in the sun. That's it. Now, you will have shadows and things, and you'll have to move it around or whatever. But if I have like a tabletop that I want to be dark, you take it out, you set it in the sun, and you just leave it sit in the sun. In about, what is it? 3 months of sunlight exposure will darken cherry up as dark as it can possibly get. Yeah, I'd really like to get my hands on some cypress. We don't have it around here. Landon, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for coming. We're going to apply a finish to our step stool here. You guys are super close. You ain't seeing nothing. Except for my stupid ass here. Or my stupid head. Sorry. Yeah, definitely don't dig it out and whatnot. Leave it. Make a wine rack. Nice. Some wormwood. You'll have to be more specific on the wormwood, because so around here, anything that had bugs at one point in its life, they call wormy. And I never actually looked to see if wormwood was a real thing. Any ideas to outdoorsman? How you doing? Any ideas to keep a glue up flat? Yes, culls. Get yourself some culls. A cull is something that you'll clamp one across the bottom and top, and you'll typically do that in multiple places, depending on the width of your thing. You can buy them readily from places like, you can buy them online. They have ones that have like little teeth in them. They face this way, and they have these clamps on the ends that grab those teeth, and then there's a clamp that you push in from the edges, so you can squeeze them together. So it acts as a clamp and a cull, because those bars will then. So the clamps are V-shaped, right? So they're shaped like this. This is how the clamps are shaped. And these bits will hook into the cull bars, into the teeth, and the bit that my thumb is being here is the bit that's pushing in with your hand crank. I personally no longer own any of those. So one of the... They're also fairly expensive sometimes. But one of the cheapest ways that you can get culls is to either just cut wood cut a 2x4. Get nice straight cuts on a 2x4. Use those as culls. Piece of scrap wood, whatever. Just get an F clamp. F clamp, right? Looks like an F. Maybe that way. Whatever. Clamp it down. Or, if you want something sturdier and straighter than a piece of wood, go to the Home Depot and or Lowe's or a metal supply shop and get yourself some of those racks that are like C-channel, kind of shaped like this. They use them in like HVAC to hang things from a ceiling, or that square stock that they use for like stop signs and stuff. It's got a bunch of holes in it. Get yourself a couple chunks of that, and there you go. You got culls. That'll keep your stuff flat as it's going to be in your glue up. Now, after the glue up, that's a whole different story and a whole different set of possible causes. So. Outdoorman, we're finishing up the step stool. We've been working on it for a couple of live streams now. And then over here on the workbench, we have some gap fill experiments that we did early on. Trying to see what will fill a gap the least noticeable way. We didn't use epoxy because it's not the right temperature for epoxy to set. And epoxy takes too long. And I wanted everything to be on a live stream so everybody could see that there was no shenanigans, right? So they're all sitting over there on that bench. All right, I think we're ready to get some shellac on this. I do need paper down though. How convenient that I have paper right here. Oops. Yeah, Chestnut. Hey, Justin. It reconnected on me. Hey, Justin. Justin, I'm gonna make Lucifer a ladder. I feel like the rungs will have to be about 6 inches apart though, so he can get up. But this is going to an average sized person. I mean, she is still super short, but she should be able to climb up on this easy enough. Yeah, sunken logs are really nice, Michael. Any sunken log, pine. I've heard they've pulled up some mahogany and chestnut sunken logs in different rivers and ponds, lakes. And then down south, cypress. Sunken cypress logs are, yeah, they're like 200 years old. They are amazing. Yeah, it's like I've never seen red oak sunken logs. I'll have to look that up. I know that I guess the logs are sunken because they were usually from a logging operation, and they just sunk down and they didn't care. They're not going to go get them. So I would imagine that any logs that were floating on a river or body of water could turn into a sunken log. I would love to get my hands on some sunken logs, or pieces of some sunken logs, but I am not sure that I could do them justice. I mean, I would try, but where did my little can opener go? Did I put it away? Did not. Huh. Alright guys, where'd I put my can opener thing? Never mind, I found it. You guys are supposed to be babysitting me, and this didn't work out so well. So. Alright, so I got a little sponge with a terry cloth applicator pad. I've never come across any cedar driftwood either, Alex. Man. And you know, living on the lake here, or by the lake. Yeah, I know, Cleveland. I know. Living over here by the lake, we get a lot of driftwood, but people tend to hop on that driftwood and build fires on the beach. So you gotta get to it early. Plus, I don't know if they let you haul logs away. I get like little pieces of driftwood, stuff I can carry from the beach to the truck. Alright, so we're gonna do this smart. We're gonna do it from the bottom. Then I can stand it up instead of doing the top and then going, oh wow, I didn't think of that, and laying it down. So, I think I'm going to need a new container of shellac very soon. So we're just kind of flooding this. We want to try to make it smooth without very many air bubbles, but at the same time, we don't want it to run either, because runs will show up like a sore thumb. But at the same time, we want it to be able to absorb in and give a surface for the next coat to sit on. We will hand sand everything with some 320 and apply the second coat. I don't know if you guys are getting a good view or not. I apologize if you're not. I really like the way shellac looks. I think it does wonders for bringing out the grain of wood and the coloring. As you guys seen on the hickory for the jewelry box, keepsake box, whatever you want to call it, it does wonders, and it's very easy to apply. Just wipe it on. Use something like a sponge applicator though, so that way, because you don't want to go slow. You don't want it to start setting and drying or it drags. You need it to apply it fairly fast, but not too fast, I guess. There's a happy medium. But if you go too slow, you will get, it starts to cure really quickly, and you will get, it will drag. You'll feel it like pulling, and that's how you get a messed up finish. Just making sure I got good coverage everywhere. I'm going to fill the end grain. And with shellac, the more coats you put on it, the more the gloss will build. It builds a gloss. So this is clear, right? So it shouldn't have any coloring at all in it. But if I do one coat, I can get kind of a matte semi-gloss finish. But if I do 5 coats, I can have a nice high gloss coloring. Now, for this, we don't want a high gloss because we don't want it to be slippery. If it does turn out slippery, I'll put one of those mats on it. Those like sticky stair tread mats. I do have some of those in the house. I can cut them down. In fact, I may put one on here anyway, just to kind of protect the finish. But I don't know if that will... sorry. I don't know who's calling me. I don't know if that will affect how the wood colors over time. Oh, we're going to touch the sides because I didn't think that through. So I'm not overly concerned with how the bottoms of the feet, if they look good. Because they'll be on the bottom, so nobody cares. I just wanted to use this to seal them. That's basically what we're doing, is we're just sealing the wood. Make sure I don't have any runs over here. So you want to be, because this will build a finish, you want to be careful on how you apply it. You know, you don't want to go, oh man, I missed this spot here, and then do a big bunch, because then everywhere you've got 2 layers will be shinier than the rest of it. It will stick out. Okay. All right. We're going to leave this set here. I'm going to give you guys a look at this. And you tell me if you can see the scratch here, the dent on the top, and the scratches on the side. So let me clean my hand off because it is sticky. I don't really want to be playing with my phone there. And then I'll look at chat while you guys look at the you guys look at the table. Or, I'm sorry, not the table, the step stool. All right. So, can I turn my light on? Hey, I can turn the light on. Here we go. So this is what the burn looks like, and I gotta be honest, I'm not mad at it. Oh, look, there's a nick that I missed. That stuck out like a sore thumb. I'm not mad at that burn. I just wish it. Next time I'll do it all the way across. So here is the top. That purple poplar really darkened up. Looks really nice. Okay. So there's that scratch in the top. I'm sure you guys can see the dent, the two dents on that end. Can you see the, you can see this here? That didn't fill in very well. There's that scratch. I don't know if you guys can see that. Outdoorman, these are just some, I don't know, skill set that I had. My whole purpose of this shop here is to do a, yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't like the shellac and wood dust mix. That gap wasn't a fill issue, that was a me issue. We're letting that one go. There's the black walnut. My whole purpose of this shop is to, oh, I had a run up there. Nuts. I'll have to hit that with the sandpaper a little harder. It's to show that you don't need a $30,000 shop in order to make stuff and make quality stuff. Now, granted, so the burns on here were because of me. I went too slow. I was taking too big of a bite. Went too slow. Had the bit going too fast. Caused it to burn. I knew it would burn, and I didn't stop it. I'm just scrolling back through chat here. A new dining room table. You guys are great. I appreciate y'all. So Outdoorman, I do have. Let me turn this off. Yeah, this is literally my garage. I got kicked out of my basement for doing woodworking because it makes too much sawdust in the rest of the house and too much noise. So I came out here, and that's going to go away in the spring. But I came out here, started putting up insulation, and turning this into my shop. I do run a business, and up until recently, I had a much larger shop with much better tools. But so I decided that if I was going to start a YouTube channel, it was going to be something that anybody can do. Like if you've got a garage, or you've got a patio, or a basement, or whatever, you can go and you can buy the table saw from the hardware store, or from Home Depot or whatever. You can buy my planer from Lowe's, Home Depot, whoever sells DeWalt stuff. You can buy all that. It doesn't even have to be that brand. You can buy whatever table saw and planer you want. You can buy the hand tools, right? The drills, the drivers, the jigsaws, whatever. You don't need anything fancy. You don't need a $20,000 planer or jointer to make good stuff. Would that make it easier? Probably. I'd speak from experience. A drum sander makes life way easier, but we don't have one here yet. We will eventually. We'll get a drum sander for in here, but I want everybody to see that the channel can grow. You can grow it based off of what you make and sell, or what money you save up, things like that. You don't have to go get a loan to do it. So that was the idea behind doing the shop here. And it's right outside my house. Like I can just come out here 3 o'clock in the morning when I can't sleep and I can record a video. Nobody cares. Um, so I'm going to allow this to set for a little bit. I don't want it to get tacky or mess up anything. And then I got to hit it with a light sanding. Take care of that run that's on this side. That's going to take a little extra sanding. And then I will hit it with another coat and we'll see what it looks like there. Well, you can already see, I think you guys can already see that it turned from, well, I don't know, probably something like that to this. I don't know if you guys can see that difference or not. I don't think I have any cutoffs from this particular piece in here. Anyway, you can see that it brought the richness out, so I appreciate that, Justin. Yeah, John, I've been thinking that I'm going to get a benchtop lathe. I don't want anything big. I just want a little benchtop lathe. So that I can do things like drawer pulls. I can make my own drawer pulls and other little items like that. And we'll go from there and see. Yeah, shellac really does highlight grain. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate that. 2 10-foot or 10-inch cherry tree logs and 3 120-year-old hawthorn logs. You know, I've seen hawthorn milled, and it looks wonderful. Grass, yes, I would normally use the same wood for all the accents, but I didn't get when I did the dowels, I didn't get my order of dowels in, and I don't know where my little jig is to make dowels. Every time I clean up, I think I'm going to find something, and I just lose more stuff. Outdoorman, for bowls, I can't help you. I do have a family member who is an amazing turner, but he does big stuff. He has big equipment, so I don't know if I can help you there. I don't know if anybody in the chat might know something. You're fine, Alex. You're fine. I got you. So we grass back to the accents. When we did the dowels, Janelle recommended using some of the purple poplar dowels that I had left over from the Christmas trees. Using the darker bits, and I think it worked well. Hindsight, I probably could have used a piece of purple poplar for the stretcher, because I have a bunch right there, and I have a bunch over here, and I'm sure I have enough scraps back here in the bins. Like, I'm a scrap hoarder. On the other side of the saw there's 2 bins. There's a box and a bucket full of scraps. But I didn't think about it, and I didn't put it on the list of things to pick from. So that was my bad thing. All right, yeah, I can go grab my. Let me go grab my laptop real quick, and I'll fire it up. You guys just hang out for a second and listen to the metronome up there ticking away, and I will be right back. It's going to take me like 20 seconds. And I'm back. Sorry, that might have been a little longer than 20 seconds. I couldn't find my truck keys. Laptop was in the truck.
Now connected to tablet MF9H85K.
Sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me get this thing turned on. There, let me grab you guys. Boop. Double A, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Appreciate you popping in. Just looking at my face. All right. Get the minute and a half. Man, listen. Truck keys are important when the stuff's in the truck. You get the email account opened up here. Sorry, I didn't have my. I had to log into this email. Give me just a second. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, I know. See if I remember what my. Me. All right. Sorry, it made me. Yeah, I found my wallet, Alex. After I replaced all the stuff. Oh no. Yeah, I did find it. Oh no. Apparently, I've never logged into my business email on this laptop, so you know. Give me a second. All right. Don't have any new emails. Unless you. Yeah, I don't have any new emails. So if Alex sent me apparently I've been featured on Furniture 1000. That's junk. It is Elegant Woodcraft 2024 at gmail.com. Thank you, Cleveland. Thank you. Oh, I thought somebody had said you sent me an email. That's why I went and got the laptop. Maybe Michael was sending an email. I don't remember. Alright, guys, so while this cures, I suppose we can look at these. These all seem to have set up already. I don't know, the shellac one kind of looks... Shellac one's over here. Oh, you asked Alex if he could email. I'm sorry. I misunderstood all of that. Ew! Ew, the super glue's not set! Ew! I'm gonna hit that super glue with an accelerator because that is still not set. Alright, that'll set it up a lot faster. Yeah, that was that was fun to stick my finger in. Alright, so we can check everything but the super glue. The wood glue paste one isn't set up yet. The shellac one is not dry yet, it's set. The wood putty one seems to be set. But all of the first run are definitely set, so we can do those. All right. We're going to do them by hand. Thank you to everyone who was subscribed. I seen there was a couple of emails there that a few people have subscribed. I sprayed that with activator, the CA glue activator. Accelerator, whatever you want to call it. I know it's backwards, and I'm sorry. It just hardens super glue much faster, almost instantly, in fact. But that super glue puzzles me because when I mixed it, it hardened instantly. But just putting it on there, it has stayed sticky this entire time. 160, nice! Thank you everyone for subscribing, I appreciate it. Really appreciate it. That means a lot. Door frame, alrighty. Alright, let's get you guys over here. A two-stage? I do not. I lost my big compressor. So this is the door frame pictures that Michael had sent. I really can't tell. I want to say those are oak. I don't know. The grain doesn't match oak. They might just be pine. No, don't save it. Just open it. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Justin Thunderstruck definitely has a channel. I highly recommend you checking it out. It's white oak. Nice, nice. Um, if if somebody wants to link Justin's channel, in fact, I would not be opposed to that. Um, yeah, that's a hungry dog. That's really nice, though. That I don't know what kind of a stain they put on there, but it kind of reminds me of golden oak. No, we had a bunch of snow, and the roof of the shop collapsed. The corner of the shop or the big shop, that had a good portion of my tools in it, all the big stuff, is now in the possession of the insurance company. So I had insurance, got that all taken care of. So yeah, that door frame is really nice. I like the coloring on it. It kind of reminds me of like golden oak stain. Um, yeah. Huh. Now you can fix that. You can fix the dog chews. It probably won't match, but you can get really close, or just tear it out and do it again. Oh, it was an apartment or rental. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, I wish I could have held on to some of them, but I would have had to buy them back, and it just wasn't where I didn't have the room for them. Like, I would have had to bring them here or over to where the new shop is going to go, and either way, they would have just. It would have been a lot of work to make sure they didn't rust and deteriorate. So I'll just start new. It's fine. For now, we do all the work out of here. I do all the work out of here. And call her a day. I just can't do anything big. Because as you see, I'm in a one-car garage. So if I was to do a table, that would be it. That's the only thing that would be able to be done is a table. Which isn't a problem unless you're trying to do multiple things. And then it becomes a problem. Yeah, they already sent the check. All right, so I'm going to hit some of these the first round with some sandpaper, and we're going to see what they look like. Michael, we have a couple of antique shops around here, and places like the Salvation Army. Surprisingly, they have they get like hand planes and stuff in there all the time. And I would like to do the stereotypical thing of having a couple of old hand tools up on the wall, kind of in the background, especially instead of all that kind of stuff for now. Make a video out of it. I don't know what, hunting down artifacts or whatever. Shady as... Shady as what? I don't have a problem with the Festool sander. I think it's a really good piece of equipment. But in here, I want to stay away from Festool. Because as soon as somebody pulls out a Festool tool on a YouTube video, you immediately lose all small shop credibility and anybody can do it kind of thing. Now they do make there's a Bosch sander that's a Rotex sander that is really nice. And I'm thinking about picking one of those up at some point. Yeah, I hear the Bosch one is really good. I've seen some reviews on it. They'll compare it to the Rotex from Festool. And I guess the Festool still beats it a little bit, but for the money, unless you find one on a deal or, on the used market maybe. All right, so this was the nuts. Hang on. We try to get away from being directly under a light. So this was the wood glue. No, which one was this? Oh, I wrote it on the back. This was just a filler, the wood filler. Obviously, that sticks out like a sore thumb. The super glue and sawdust one is going to take a minute to get down to. I just want to make sure I'm not blowing sawdust on that step stool. So the bigger shop that I had, I was renting. So I didn't get shop replacement or anything like that, but I did have good enough insurance coverage that I can replace most of it. But I'm going to build a new shop of my own and replace what I can and then work back up to what I had. Alright, so this one is the shellac with sanding, where I had to do the little gouges on it because the shellac would have ran out of the grooves. That's not terrible, but I also can see that it pulled away. Yeah, try to get that to focus. You can see it pulled away from the edge on all but this. Well, even that one, even the shallow one pulled away. Super glue one is gonna. What is this one? Wood glue and sand. The wood glue is gonna take me a minute to get down to because it seems to have sunken in there. I'm gonna have to switch grits for that. Yes, layers might, or multiple coats maybe. Yeah, I've got to switch grits to get that stuff out. The CA glue and the wood glue. The CA glue sank a lot. Almost there. Almost there. Okay, so there is the wood glue and then sand on top of it. You can see that top one pulled a bunch of the wood glue out while I was sanding. That's probably the spot that ruined my paper. I don't know if I'm ever going to get down to that CA glue. That stuff sunk down so much. But I'll give it a shot. I think if anything, I'm gonna have to put more CA glue in this and sand it again, because that is gonna. I'm gonna have to sand through all of that to get down to it. So, like, that really sunk in there. So I'll do that. I'll throw some more glue in it and hit it with the sander while I have the paper on, because this is the last one that I have to sand, other than the other ones, but I'll switch paper for that. So let me rotate this paper so I block the holes. Hey, SMWC, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. I appreciate the subscription. Nice. Oh, sorry, Justin. Yeah, I guess links don't work for phone people. I think afterwards, when you're rewatching it, you can. If you rewatch it, you can scroll back through chat and use the links. I don't know. I've never actually tried. I've just gone to the computer and popped on. So I'm just building this again, the same one. And if I'm not mistaken, we hit this with activator. But we also learned that for some reason, sawdust and wood glue makes rock. So we're gonna sawdust, wood glue, and polyester makes fire. Make him a oh yeah. I'm sorry, Justin. Yeah, I can do that. Here. There you go, Justin. Now you can just pop onto anybody's channel that you like. Boy, I really hope I hit Justin. Hey, Jay Fishing, what's going on, buddy? All right, so I did that again. I just filled it and sanded it again. It hasn't shrunken a bunch yet, but it is. I can't push my fingernail into it, so let's throw this piece of paper away. We'll get another one. Get rid of the glue and activator. All right. So, for anybody who just popped in, right now we're just we're playing with the samples that we made earlier while we wait on the first coat of shellac to cure on the this thing, the dining room table for Lucifer. And so we did a bunch of these sample sticks to see what fills a gap the least noticeably. So we're just cleaning some of these up so that we can start putting the finish on them. SMWC, all right. So you're a woodworker? Well, it's not perfect, but it is a lot better. That bottom one still has a little bit to go, but I think we'll get the gist of if it'll disappear or not. Sure. No, SMWC. The people that are mods are people that have. We all have spent a long time together, so In fact, most of us are mods in a different channel. Cleveland, you know what? I think you can be a mod. I think we'll do that for you. I mean, with a name like 351 Cleveland, I don't know how we couldn't. So this was the filler mixed with sawdust. It seems dry. It just kind of flakes off. Stopped being a kid last year. So I'm going to try sanding this one and see if I can smooth it out some without ripping it out of the grooves. Alright, well that didn't turn out too bad. Let's see, that one compared to the just plain wood filler. Huh. There's definitely a noticeable difference. Well, thanks, SMWC. I appreciate you coming in. I will go back through after the live and check out your channel. And most likely subscribe, because that's what I do. Let's see if any of these other ones are... Let's see if we can sand some of these other ones down. I can't see his pick. Is that cartoon guy? What's his name? Yosemite Sam? Michael, this is stainable. I made sure to grab the stainable wood filler. I have another one in that cabinet over there that is not stainable, so. Alright, that's the shellac mixed with sawdust so far. And then I've got the wood glue putty mixture. But I'm not sure if it's either not dry yet or if it's just dark. Seems hard. Junk paper, I need to switch paper again. All right. Well, guys, I can honestly say I think the wood glue and sawdust is going to be the worst. But we'll see when it's stained up. I'm actually kind of holding out hope for the shellac. Or, no, that was, what was that? Was that shellac? No, that was wood glue and sawdust. Wood glue and sawdust. That is dark, dark. Huh. I don't think that's a good idea. And now we have super glue over top of, maybe absorbed into sawdust. I'm gonna have to switch to 80 grit for that. Lucifer won another pie. Go figure. Oh, that reminds me. I got peanut butter pie. I'm going to have me a piece of that after I get off of here, which it is 5 o'clock, so I'll be hopping off here shortly. We're going to finish this up, and then we're going to do a hand sand on the step stool, do another coat of shellac, and I think that'll be the end of our day. Justin, you have fun with that, buddy. Food is definitely better than chat. Boy, I am building up a lot of heat in that glue. Oh. It's not hard all the way through. Well, that's interesting. Unless me sanding it, building up heat, has softened it. Yeah, it did. And also, Lucifer, I made the pie, so... So much sanding. All right. Put 120 back on so that has a fair shake with the other stuff. I just used the 80 grit to knock it down. So we'll put 120 on so it's the same grit as everything else. You know, I'm honestly surprised. You can see where it pulled away at a few spots. We're going to ignore that for this testing. But that's the CA and super glue, or I'm sorry, CA and sawdust. Sawdust packed into the slot and then CA glue put on top. So, look up there. Some hostess pies. Need a recipe so you can make your own pie. Peanut butter pie is super easy to make, buddy. Super easy. Regular super glue. You know, is there a difference between CA glue and regular super glue? I don't know. All right, Lucifer. You want a recipe for peanut butter pie? It is. My recipe for peanut butter pie is you take a cup of heavy whipping cream, you beat it in a mixer with 2 tablespoons of powdered sugar and a teaspoon of vanilla. Get that to stiff peaks. And then in a separate bowl, you mix a cup and a half of peanut butter with 3/4 of a cup of powdered sugar, a block of cream cheese, an 8-ounce block of cream cheese, and that's it. You get that beat up so that it's all nice and light and fluffy, frothy, right? And then you fold the two together and you put it in a pie shell. And on the top you put some chocolate, some peanut butter chips, whatever you like. That's super simple. And it tastes amazing. I think that's everything. Welcome to Elegant Woodcraft's Recipes channel. Maybe recipes. I'm not sure if I forgot anything or not. It's a super simple recipe. I don't think I forgot anything. CA is thicker. Oh, okay. Yeah, the thinner stuff might have absorbed into the sawdust a little more. In fact, I don't know if you can see that one. Get that to that one. The sawdust, it fell out. I can see right through it. Actually, I think the sawdust fell out of this one, and this one. I mean, it's still hard. Well, we'll see how it turns out. That might have been my fault. Yeah, that's what I put it in. I just go to the store and get a pre-made pie crust. Graham cracker crust, the chocolate crust, whatever. And then you put it in the fridge or the freezer if you're in a hurry. You can put it in the freezer for a couple hours. But if you put it in the fridge overnight, it'll be thick, like stout. Not thick that way, but thick as in like set up proper. Oreo crust, yeah, that's my favorite. And then I'll melt some dark chocolate and I'll melt some peanut butter chips, and I'll drizzle that over the top, and then sprinkle on some chips. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these all right, so my CA glue and sawdust one might be flawed. I'm going to take these, and we're going to put shellac, we're going to run some finishing wax, some whatever that wood stain is that I have down it, board butter, and that cutting board oil with vitamin E in it. Oh Lord, you're gonna steal her. Oh no. You should just go to the store and get a pie crust. It's a lot cheaper. And it comes in a tin with a lid. Although if you make your own Oreo pie crust, you get to eat all the filling. So to make the pie crust is just crush up some graham crackers or cookies, whatever you're going to use. Mix it with some melted butter so you get like you can mat it down and stick it fast. Smear that around a pie pan. There you go. right, Michael? Right? So we're going to start off with the paste finishing wax. Just going to rip off a chunk of paper towel. I got the natural, so really shouldn't do much. I get that thing loaded up. That's funny, Lucas. Or Lucifer, that's funny. So all I'm doing is I'm just putting this finish wax, rubbing it in good, just like I would a board or something, right? Just rubbing it onto one section. Now the nice thing about the finishing wax, I love it as an actual finish, because I can buff it and get a nice high gloss shine. In fact, on my Facebook page, you'll see that cherry and maple chest that I made. It's probably down there a little ways now, but the lid of that, I did with this wax and polished it by hand because I didn't get a polishing wheel for some stupid reason. So I hand buffed it, and it came out wonderful and super shiny with a nice protective coat. All right, so we're done with the wax. We're gonna put the stain on next. We're gonna try to separate the clear finishes with stuff that. So we're gonna do like stain, and then board butter, and then shellac, and then oil. So that way there's something different in between them. Man, that is a red. Look at that. Turner, if you're in here, that's the colored jig worms I want. Right there. Red. And transparent. And this, you would typically wipe this off, but I'm just gonna let this set on there because I'm not putting a whole. I'm not putting a whole lot on except for that section there. It actually doesn't look terrible, although on the camera it looks brown, but to my eye it looks red, which is. Yeah, that's one thing I would never do. I'd never take the old lady's Oreos. I don't know. The shellac and a scratch is starting. The shellac and then sand it, starting to not look too terrible. I mean, it's so far it's definitely noticeable, but I don't know. We'll see. So that's all for the. All right. That's all for the. Dye. Well, here's where they're sitting at currently. So, we will see. Hey, JD, I'm doing good. How are you, buddy? Thanks for popping in. So these are the last three we have to do to test it. So we got Elegant Woodcraft board butter that you definitely can't read because it's backwards and shiny in the light. Whatever. Get one of these with every cutting board that you order from me. You can also just buy this. That's easy. I also have a video that shows you how to make it. So if you don't want to buy it, you can make it. SDL, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Wasn't supposed to be any wind. It's not windy here. I don't know. Maybe he got your forecast confused with mine. All right, so we're going to put some board butter in the middle. And then we're going to put shellac and we'll put oil on the very edge. So this is all board butter is, my board butter, this particular board butter is just beeswax mixed with mineral oil. That's it. And now that I'm caught up with Christmas stuff, I'm going to be doing a video that shows how to apply this to a board. And a video on how to care for a board. That way I can just send a QR code to that video to everybody who has a cutting board. You know, stick it in the package. Or maybe engrave it right to the bottom of that jar. That probably would be cool. I am going to make another type. I don't have any in stock right now, but I believe it's tung oil, pure tung oil. Don't quote me on that. It might not be tung oil. Yep, Lucifer, that's exactly what it's for. The wax seals the wood, and the oil kind of nourishes it, stops it from cracking. Keeps it kind of soft. You can see I got a little chunk of wax in the middle there where there was a little depression, but it is what it is. I think it's tung oil. I don't know. I don't know if it's tung oil or not now. I'm second guessing myself. For some reason I got tung oil in the brain. It's tung oil and mineral oil mix with no wax, and that way you can you can put hot foods on it and it won't melt the wax and make a shiny spot. This, with my board butter, you don't want to put hot stuff on it. You'll melt the wax. The wax will flow in that one spot and soaks into the wood more and makes that one spot shiny, discolored. I'm sure you guys from Turner's channel know. You've seen, I think he showed a video, or maybe he just sent me a picture. I'm not sure. Two more with the wax. And then we will look at them all and see which one's better. Now, I guess in hindsight, we should have done a scratch on all of them. Maybe do a plus sign. That way you have one going with the grain, one going across. But I can tell you, looking at this shellac and sand and the scratches, there's almost nothing in that scratch anymore. It's all gone. Most of it. So it definitely didn't hang out. It didn't stay. Okay, so that one's done. We'll do a touch of shellac on everything. And then we will sand this. one quick sanding just to get rid of the run over here and touch everything up. And then we'll hit it with the last coat of shellac, and I think that'll be done. I don't think I'm going to wax it. I rather like the way this looks now that it's all dried down. Good luck, Justin. Lift with your legs, buddy. Or you can lift with your back in a sharp jerking motion. You'll never have to lift anything again. Oop. Don't want to get stuff turned around here. I know this particular bit here is probably not the most exciting thing in the world, but it does give us an opportunity to learn. And at some point, I could probably cut it, this part and the beginning, out of the video, and put it into a single little clip. So I appreciate those people, those of you that are actually still watching, hanging out. Don't have near of as an exciting stream as we did last Saturday, but we're learning things, so that's important. Besides, I might learn a different way to fill a scratch or a gouge or a gap. Alright, so that's done. Throw that over there on the floor. We're not going to put this away because we still need that. Guys, look at this. Before we... Come on, there we go. Look at the grain on that thing. Isn't that nifty how that come out? Like this wavy grain down here. Got some more across the top here. Actually, this whole board looks like it's... That is nifty. And I like the way these purple poplars plugs kind of pop there. Michael, that's hilarious. Yeah, it is. It is really nice. So I didn't see all of that grain. I want to say those are the medullary rays. I'm not positive. They do go cross grain. They're more prominent on things. Excuse me. They're more prominent on things like on oak. You'll see medullary rays more prominently. I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that on cherry, which is really cool. And I can see that it's coming up the side here, but not so much over here. Like it seems to just kind of end right there. All right, so everybody needs some vitamin E in their life, apparently. So we're going to put on some vitamin E cutting board oil. Which I have absolutely no problem with this stuff. I've used it. I mean, as you can tell, the bottle is down. I've used it on cutting boards. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I've used their other stuff too, the like conditioner, things like that. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. I just make my own, so I had to dig that one out of a cabinet. I also have two more bottles that have never been opened. Need some more oil on here. This is definitely not an all-inclusive list of finishes, Lucifer. Definitely not. In fact, I've got this cabinet over here that's got probably 30 different kinds of finishes in it. Are they in there? There might only be a couple in there. The rest of them might be in the house so they don't freeze. Because most things don't like freezing temperature. In fact, the shellac doesn't say anything about keep from freezing, but I noticed it got cloudy. And I'm wondering if it also does not like cold weather. Because I don't keep that diesel heater running in here when I'm not in here usually, unless I have something in here curing. But it is interesting to see how the different things make the grain look. Natural tea stain, yeah. I've got some Ebonizer sitting here that needs to be strained again because apparently it grew things. Either strain it again or throw it away and start over. All right. So here are. Oh, there's me. Hi. How you doing? We get these lined up here for you guys, and we can see all the ways that the different finishes look with. So it's going from my right to my left. It will be hard wax, wood stain, board butter, shellac, and then oil. All right. Hard wax, wood stain, board butter, shellac, and oil. So you can see up here where it doesn't look like anything is really in the grain anymore, or in the scratch anymore. We just kind of highlighted the scratch. But I think for different finishes, different fill types work better. This one worked the least, I think, across the board. Although it did kind of make an accent line, which might be cool. This one looks like it worked really good with the... This one and this one worked really good with the stain. This one seems to have failed across the board, which is wood glue and sawdust. The putty mix. Which is one of the ways that people say to fix your gaps and nobody will ever see them. Guess not. So the wood putty. Oh, this is filler with sawdust. I don't know. This side doesn't look bad. You could fill a gap with that. Now we did exaggerate the gaps here, so yeah, I think the wood dust or the wood glue and sawdust, I think that's an outright lie. I mean, yeah, chatoyancy is an amazing thing. Where's the other wood glue one? Here's just plain wood filler, stainable wood filler. And I don't know that I would ever use that to fill a gap. This one is wood glue and sand. So this one and this one are the two most common ways that people tell you to fill a gap. Fill it with wood glue and sand it, and make a putty. I think maybe for staining it, to sand it, maybe. But I think everything it might all have its merits depending on what you're doing. Shellac and sand it was a waste. That did absolutely nothing on that particular sample. So, and then it all depends on the angle that you put it at. Like here, I can see every one of those lines plain as day on that one. A wedge. A wedge is the best way to fix anything. Any gap. Do it with a wedge. Match the wood. Match the grain as best you can. Preferably with an offcut of the same piece of wood. Now, is this conclusive evidence that everybody's full of crap? No. But it's good enough for me to say wood glue and sawdust is not the be-all, end-all. Oh no. Yep. I agree, Michael. I agree. All right. Let's do a quick hand sand. Make sure this is all dry. Oh no! Stuck to my paper. But let's look at this in this particular light here. So, Lucifer, talking about chatoyancy, you see how this has like some shiny bits in it? That's the chatoyancy. Not the light reflecting off of the sealer, but how the wood itself, like the grain kind of sparkles. This isn't a very good example of chatoyancy, but you'll see if you look it up, you'll see there are a ton, like that scratch right there. In some angles, you can't see that, just sitting on the bench here. But yeah, opalescence, yeah. Yep, I think sand it once. We'll get rid of any runs. Where's the side that had the run? I can't see it in the camera. Hang on. Oh, we got a little run right here on the side. A little run here. We got some runs right here. I think that's about it. I can show you guys some wood glue Maybe. Okay, see right here, right next to my finger, or right above my finger? See that kind of lighter strip that comes up to here? That's wood glue that wasn't properly sanded off. So it allowed the finish, to penetrate a little bit, but not all the way. So in some light, depending on how you hold it, you can't see it. It doesn't really stick out. It kind of blends in. But in other light, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Right? So, we'll give this all a quick hand sand. Get rid of that kind of fuzzy feeling. We'll get rid of the runs. Give it all just a kind of a little bit of a rough surface. And we'll apply our last coat of shellac. The nick in the cross brace. I don't know, you'll have to point it out. Is it on this side? I can't really see the top on an edge. There was a piece of my like white thing stuck to the corner. Well, there's a little bit of a nick right there. I don't know. Looks like a dent. All right. Man, maybe I'm missing it. You are talking about on this black walnut piece, right? Or are you talking about this right here? Right there? Yeah. Yeah, I see that now. Thanks for that. I'll hit that a little. That's raised up, so I'll hit it with the sandpaper a little extra. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. That I'm thinking about it. Well, you guys can't see a damn thing. Well, you guys, I don't know about that. Well, it didn't really take much to get rid of that. Oh, nope, I just got rid of the high spot, didn't get rid of the nick. Alright, so we're just hitting this with a real light sand. Just scuffing it up a little bit. Like I said, I'm using 320 sandpaper. Yeah, Grumpy's got good eyes. Man, I completely missed that. Take that for Luke. No, no, JD. He's getting a ladder. It'll be a very short ladder, but he'll be able to reach whole new heights. Appreciate you pointing that out to me, though, Mike. Thank you. Let me make sure that I hit that spot with the sandpaper. Thanks, Purnell. So, like I said, all I'm doing is just lightly knocking this down. We don't want to sand too much, or we'll sand the finish clear off of it, and then we'll be back to square one. But we want to scuff everything up. And then we're going to wipe it down. I'm trying to, even though this won't show up near as much, the 320 won't show up near as much going across the grain, especially on the finish, like just sanding the shellac, because the new coat of shellac will fill in those gaps. But I still want to avoid going across grain as much as possible. And I'm just pushing it into the corner, pushing the paper into the corner and just dragging it up. Or dragging it down. If I see a spot with a run, I just put a little extra pressure on it to blend it out. Like this side here, there's a run that ran almost all the way down. So we got that. So go into the corner. We got a little bit of a run up at the top. Now you want to get off as much as you possibly can of the runs, because every subsequent coat, every additional coat is going to just amplify that run. Even if you don't have a run there, like every new coat, if it doesn't have a run, as soon as you put it there, now it's built up higher, and it'll just keep magnifying that, making it look bigger and bigger. Pull this, tuck that right into the edge there. This is a lot easier when, there's not people watching. And when it's a flat object. We're not going to worry about the feet bottoms because that doesn't ultimately matter. We are going to flip this around. I'm facing it this way because this light here is hitting it and allowing me to kind of move around and see where there may be runs. Well, I see there's a pencil mark there. That's awesome. You guys don't see that. It's fine. I don't know, Michael might see it. Yes, and you can get air bubbles. Air bubbles are a big issue, particularly with polyurethane. So it doesn't take much. This is a very thin coating, the first coat. So it really doesn't take much to get all the way through it and into the wood. And you, like I said, you want to try to avoid that because every coat you build will increase the gloss, the sheen. Yeah, Michael, the epoxy is real bad with bubbles. I don't work with epoxy very often, but I did have sit on some. I did have good luck with like a little blowtorch, just heating the epoxy up. That doesn't stop any bubbles from coming up to the surface, so it just gets rid of what's on the top of the epoxy. Here, I have a run that I need to fix. That's a rather deep run. So again, I'm just curling my sandpaper up to sort of match this curve. Just want to scuff it. Take the flat edge of the paper, run it along that lip that I created on the top. And that's it. So, do have a run right there I need to work out. And the run is caused by applying too much the sealer or the coating, whatever you're putting on, in one spot. So for me, it usually happens right after I dip. Because then I have more stuff on my pad, and I get more running down the sides, you know, if I'm doing the top. In this case, it's because of these edges. So I took the wet part and ran it across the edge so it would fall into all the grooves, and I failed to adequately clean up following it. Now, it's not really a big deal on the first or second coat if you're going to put multiple coats on. A bubble would be a big deal in the summertime or whenever you have bugs out. Bugs getting into your finish is a big deal. In fact, I have a piece of furniture in the house that's got a gnat in the polyurethane, and I missed it. It was in the first coat, I think, and I missed it somehow. And so it got subsequent coats put on it, and now it's just entombed in that polyurethane and like 6 coats deep. It'll never go anywhere until that piece gets refinished. Which will probably never happen. Oh, let's see a run here on this black walnut piece, right on the edge. There we go. Now you have to make sure you get all of this dust off, because I don't know if you guys can see on my paper, it turns white when you sand it. definitely want to get all that off. You don't want that underneath your finish. Plus, it's a dust, so that'll make life more difficult for you later on. Oh, is this thing wobbling? Goodness. Dade, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Appreciate you guys all coming to hang out with me. I think one of the next cherry things that I make, I am going to attempt to burn the edges with the router bit. You know, Michael, I probably could. I don't have any sand to really test that. Well, that's not a half bad idea. What's up, Turner? How you doing, bud? Other than being skunked. Yeah, I wonder if the sand and I wonder if it would bond. Huh. That's not a bad idea. I'm going to test that. I'm going to see if it will, if the sand and shellac will bond. Not on this. I'll do it on separate pieces. Or if I need to sprinkle sand and maybe spray polyurethane. It's white and reflective, but you can get it different colors. This thing is bothering me because it's wobbling. I'm really thinking that I'm gonna do a flood coat on this floor and make everything nice and flat because, good Lord, it's bothering me. All right, grab a paper towel, wipe this down. Like I said, you want to try to get everything off as best you can. The less dust you have on your product, the better. Oftentimes, I will grab the vacuum cleaner and that little, like this kind of thing. It's got like these bristles on it. These bristles are too rough to use on a finish, but I have one that has longer brushes. I guess cleaning the top of that is kind of pointless because I have to do this. Using the air to blow things around, unless you have some place for it to go, it's just going to put it in the air. And it will ultimately find its way right back into your fresh finish. So just turning your rag. You can use something like a tack cloth. You can, no worries, Dave. Thanks, bud. We won't be live here too much longer. Anytime you're wiping down on a finish, you want to make sure that whatever you're wiping with, if you're using mineral spirits or something of the sort. Because you can damp your rag and wipe things down with things like mineral spirits. I've seen some people use paint thinner on bare wood. I don't really know why. Maybe they like the smell. You're basically, you want to use stuff that evaporates quickly and doesn't stain the wood. But if you're doing it over a finish, then you have to make sure that it doesn't affect that finish. Like if I was to wipe this down with mineral spirits, and the mineral spirits ate the shellac off, and then it was kind of a waste of time to wipe it down with mineral spirits. Yeah. I don't have any sand, but I'm gonna do an experiment, and we're gonna see, because that's not a half bad idea, especially putting some. I mean, I think for this, after I go inside, I'm going to cut one of the stair tread grippy stickers that I have. They're clear, and I will apply that onto here just so it's not slippery. I mean, I put them on my walnut stair treads, so, or not walnut, I'm sorry, they're oak. They are white oak with a walnut finish, a walnut oil. They're about as close to walnut looking as I could get without spending a ton of money to get walnut stairs. Are they walnut? Yeah, they are. And then I have white risers, the typical wood white riser. I'm a very basic person when it comes to doing my stairs. But I put those pads on it, on each step, to protect the poly, and because when I'm in socks and I go down the stairs, I would prefer to walk down the stairs and not bounce down the stairs. I did that, and that's why I got the little treads. Alright, so we are going to flip that piece of paper around so that all the dust that was on it is now under it. I think this wiped off pretty nice. We're going to use the other half of our fine crush hobby sand. Okay. I'm assuming that's that like real white sand that you can buy for like that's something like an hourglass maybe. Turner, it was these. This was our test boards. I mean, there's 4 more over there. We were testing to see if people on the internet are being honest when they say use wood glue and sawdust, and you'll never see that crack. There's wood glue and sawdust. Wood glue and sand. Sawdust made with wood glue, or wood glue and sawdust putty. I don't know about you, but those all kind of stick out like a sore thumb. Oops. To me, anyway. Particularly this putty one. That sticks out so hard. Now, I may use that to my advantage to create accent lines and stuff. That would be pretty cool. Baking soda and sugar glue. Train hobby sand. Huh. And now we're doing our final coat on the that needs to be stirred up some more. Don't judge me. I'm just shaking it. It's fine. Doesn't turn to foam. We're okay. Alright. We're going to grab the other half of our sponge. I mean, honestly, we could probably use the same already wet half, but we're just going to kind of pack that into this rag here. Load this thing up. Almost the consistency of talc powder. I will look into that. We do have a hobby store that has trains. Whoops. I squeezed the sponge right in the corner. That was stupid. I definitely don't want runs on this one because I want this one to be the last coat. And I need to make sure that I smooth out all bubbles that may happen. There's a great big run right there. There we go. Cleared that up. All right. Now, if your stuff does get tacky, if you just re-wet your applicator, usually the fresh solvents will clean it up for you. Because ultimately the shellac is held in with solvents. So the solvents evaporate and the rest of it just kind of stays behind. Just like any other finish. Everything's held in with some sort of a medium. But you definitely want to make sure that you fix any runs. And get a good coat. If you see dry spots, that means you don't have enough on your applicator. And you want to do just straight swipes. Just run it right up. Don't do swirls. Don't do anything crazy. You want to try to avoid any lap strokes, any overlapping, things like that. Unless you're doing little tiny touch-ups and you're kind of working wet stuff around, then you can kind of get away with it a little bit. Again, I did this without thinking about flipping it. Oh no! I'm stuck to the paper! Yeah, that was beautiful. All right. Get rid of my little fingerprint marks down there and there. Run down that. Run down that. So I don't have any runs. Didn't miss any spots. If at all possible, we want to go with the grain. Because then any stroke marks that you may leave will follow the grain and they'll be much less visible. But shellac does lay down really nicely. It does sort of self-level. And when it dries down, most everything will go away. Most. It is best done in thin coats, not thick. I had a little heavy on this end here. I wanted to drag it out while my stuff was still wet. Sticky. There's an applicator for it. All right, so this is a thing. Reach new heights. Thank you, SMWC. I appreciate that. Henrik, yes, I will show those again. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you. Appreciate that. I will show those gap fills again. Let me clean my hands off and get this stuff cleaned up and move the bench or the stool over a little bit. We'll just throw this on the floor over here. So there are some finishes. Everybody should be aware of this, even especially if you're a novice and don't do finish work very often. There are some finishes that the rags will spontaneously combust. They're typically oils. Shellac, I don't think, is one of them. But it's always better to be on the safe side and treat everything as if it will self-combust than to forget one. So as different finishes cure, they release heat, and if that heat is trapped in a confined space, like a rag ball, inside of a trash can full of wood chips, or other rags, heat makes fire. So I find it best to just treat everything like it's going to burst into flames at some point, and I throw everything on the concrete floor, and let it dry there. And then tomorrow I come out, pick it all up, throw it in the trash. So here's where we're at. Now, obviously, this is all still wet, so we'll have to, here in a few minutes, we'll have to look at it as it dries down. Stuff, actually, a lot of it will have a label. A lot of stuff will have a label like this tung oil. It says contents are combustible. Keep away from heat and flame, blah, blah, blah. Danger, rags, steel wool, other waste soaked with this product and sanding residue may spontaneously catch fire if improperly discarded. Backwards, I know you guys can't read it, but why do I keep reconnecting? There's literally this little window here. In fact, it tells you to put it in a sealed, water-filled metal container. I find that if you lay them out on the floor, kind of flat, you don't have to worry about it. It'll dry on its own. And one small rag catching fire is usually not enough when it's laying in the middle of a floor that's clean. I mean, I'll sweep up my sawdust and stuff, but one small item laying in the floor, if it were to combust, usually isn't a problem if it's in the middle of an open area. But I can honestly say, knock on wood, I have never had any that has created an issue. So there's that. Yeah, there's actually a guy on YouTube, a woodworker. He took his own shop and he laid out a grid on the floor out of like masking tape. And he had like, I want to say it was like a 5x5 grid of different trash cans, bags of stuff, and each one had a rag soaked with, a different chemical in it. And he laid these out. He had a camera watching it. He stayed up all night watching it. And every little bit, he would take a laser temp gun and check the temperatures, and he would chart it. And he actually had several that hours after he had started, hours afterwards, like to the point that you thought nothing was going to happen. Trash can burst into flames, or one of those. I think he had some of those metal, like fireproof containers that you put like shop rags and stuff in. It's got that lid and whatnot. I think he had one of those catch fire. Obviously, that's not going to spread to the whole shop, but your pile of sawdust in the corner or your trash can over there, that's a problem. Whoa. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, Turner, I'm going to be putting a sink in. For now, that right there is my garden hose. And since the pipe is underground and the only place that's exposed is out here and in the house, I just leave the water on. Yeah, now I can't fix my camera. Now it's or my phone. Now it's all goofy. There we go. Good enough. Yeah, so fire is a thing that's a problem in a lot of people's, well, in a lot of chemicals. I don't think shellac will spontaneously combust. At least it doesn't have the warning. It is, the solvent in it is flammable, but it doesn't have the warning on it, so. All right, Logan. I appreciate you popping in. Let's get this moved to the side here so we can lay out these sample sticks again. Maybe we'll organize them into, so we'll put CA glue at the top. CA glue with sawdust. Shellac and sanding. I guess I should have them facing the right way. Shellac and sawdust. Straight wood filler and sawdust. And wood glue and sand and wood glue and sawdust. All right. Thanks, Cleveland. Turn that around. Okay, so this was the final result of the testing there, Turner. Or, I'm sorry, was it Turner? Okay, Michael, yeah, I'll look into that applicator. Oh, Henrik. You were the one. I'm sorry. I was scrolling all the way up back through chat. So, this is the wood glue. This one is the filler. And it's with sawdust and sanding. That's how everything's laid out. This was the shellac set, and this was the CA glue set. And I think we established that wood glue and sawdust is ineffective at best. Maybe with stain, but not with wax or any of the others, and definitely not making a putty out of it. The putty was completely ineffective. This one looks all right with the wax, but I wouldn't use it for anything else, except maybe staining it if it was a really small hole, and that was the wood filler with sawdust mixed in, the putty. But I really can't tell much of a difference between these two, unless I didn't have the right putty or the right mix. But it was kind of like Play-Doh, but this one looks better than that one, and these are just wax. So the shellac was a complete waste. It didn't even stay in here in the scratches. It did stay with the putty, but it was about as effective as the wood glue. So The CA glue was a terrible waste. Like I said, maybe with staining, but definitely not with wax, not with board butter, not with shellac, and not with uh, oil. So they might all have their merits in different applications. I might use this putty as a way to create a kind of an accent piece, because that does look really dark. It's almost walnut dark. Almost. Like it doesn't have any shine to it. And you can see that it does collapse in. So it'll definitely have to be something that's built up. And, you know, we did go with an oversized hole that we were filling. Wanted to make sure we had room for stuff to stick in. But I think this one was the best, and that was just wood filler and sawdust. I actually think that one turned out better than that one with the wax. So, yeah, it does kind of look burnt, doesn't it? That was that putty. Now, with a second coat on there, I bet we can get that to be nice and flat and flush. But I think it was John that suggested doing it in stages to build it up, and I think that would probably be the option or the way to go. Now, I'll try the super glue one again, and I'll use super glue instead of CA glue, in case mine was flawed. But shellac was a complete waste. I mean, you can see it right there. It didn't hide it at all. So, yeah. Now, in certain angles, it disappears. Like, I know where it is. I can see it. But at different angles, it disappears. Oh, there's a nick right there. I didn't see that. There's like a little dent. Look at that. Son of a biscuit. But yeah. Lucifer, I think that wood glue is not wood glue. Wood glue does not accept stain. It's a sealer, basically. It fills the pores of wood, and I think that's what we see here. Is most everything once it locked up, that was it. It was done. You're not getting anything through it. Yeah, I think more porous. You would want more. Well, so there's going to be a happy medium, because if you have just a solid piece of wood, it's going to absorb stuff at different rates from different spots on it. What's up, Weston? How you doing, buddy? Yes, I agree, Michael. I agree. But any changes that you make to that block of wood is then going to absorb stains and finishes differently than the wood next to it. So if it's on the surface, I don't know that there's going to be any one fix for it. But if it's like a crack or a gap in something like a cutting board, where you have two different woods and you got a little bit of a gap, I think your best bet is to wedge it. Pick a wood, whichever wood you want, probably the one that's going to make it look less skewed, right? So in this case, I'd probably pick this one. Make a wedge and glue it up, tap it in there, because then the glue is only on the edge. It's not affecting the absorption. Yes. On any larger gap, a wedge is going to be 100% your best bet. Yeah, John, I've done that too. I've got stains in the house that have been sitting for so long. The whatever its liquid medium is almost clear, just sitting on the top. Um, I've I've opened them up just to look at them, or you go, oh man, I need a little bit of this, and pop it open and go, oh, it's just water or oil or whatever it is, or or you're not paying attention and you're not shaking it proper, stirring it up, keeping that stuff moving. And then by the time you get to the bottom and it's basically paint. But I think, for me personally, I will stick with the tried and true method of using a wedge. I think that's the best bet. It's not always the easiest thing to match. But if you want to see somebody do wedges and filler pieces really well, you should check out Blacktail Studios, his wood channel. He is leaps and bounds beyond what I can do, and particularly in tables. He does a lot of walnut tables and stuff and epoxy. But he'll title the video something like, I almost cost me $36,000 or something. But he did a table, a very large table for a yacht or something. And in that table, there was like 10 different spots that he fixed with either wedges or a chip. Like he had a blowout on a corner. And he went through his offcuts and he found a piece that fit in there, glued it in, ran a hand plane across it, and you'd never even know it was there. Yep, exactly, John. Exactly. Wood, a piece of cherry on this here, if this corner broke off, a piece of cherry is always going to look better as a patch than anything else you can come up with. Now, there are people, and they make those like color match kind of like blend sticks. And there are people that are really good at doing them. I've seen some that I wouldn't have guessed were patches. I'm not that guy, but yeah. So I think wedges and actual wood are the best way to repair. Yep, the bow ties. Those are awesome. I have a jig. I bought it, actually. It's a plastic like jig. It's got a bunch of different size bow ties in it. You put your router in it, and so you can route out the hole, and then you put a collar on your router. Or is it the other way around? I can't remember offhand. But you put a collar on your router, and you either route out the hole, take the collar off, route out the piece that you're putting in, the bow tie, and it'll fit together perfect. They are so cool. I don't have anything that I can do bow ties on other than just an accent, slap a bow tie in the middle of something like an inlay. But yeah, bow tie repairs are really cool looking. I've seen people do, they'll take copper, like, I'm assuming it's like power line, solid line that you get out of like a power cable. And they'll stitch that like a crack or a hole. They'll stitch it and with the copper and then kind of like hammer it flat, or they'll notch the wood on both sides so that the copper piece lays in flat. Some of those people are amazing. There's a lady that does the stitching with copper. I don't know who she is. I came across her video one day, and then YouTube decided I didn't need to watch it anymore when I closed my phone, and it just sent me back to the homepage. So, but she was super talented. That's something that I'd like to try, is copper stitching and doing bow ties on cracks. And a bow tie structural. Copper, not so much, but a bow tie structural. Because you have those two wedges. The wood won't pull apart without breaking the bow tie or breaking out the wedges. So they're an interesting way to use wood that you wouldn't normally use. And I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, John, I've seen those. I've seen stuff like that on like I don't know, the History Channel or something. Well, they'll show some ancient ruins, and they'll show like these two blocks. They had a bow tie here, or even if it wasn't a bow tie, it's something similar, and had this chunk of metal poured in there. I think there was a church too that had bow tie work done every now and then, like that. I can't remember offhand. It's amazing what people can do. Like, there are some craftsmen out there that are just leaps and bounds ahead of where you would think they should be. Like, just, I mean, who'd have thought of carving out a notch in a rock and pouring some liquid metal into it would be effective? I wouldn't have thought about it. There's some really intelligent people out there. But I think we can say that this whole thing is relatively busted. Wedges and actual wood are the only proper repair. Cut it apart, do it again if you can. They make these saw blades. They're like glue line rip blades or thin rip blades. They're thinner than a typical table saw blade, and I mean they make their bandsaw blades are super thin, and with the proper fence and setting your saw up proper, you can take just a hair out of something. So that's always an option. If it's something you haven't spent a ton of time and money on, you can throw it in the trash can and start over. Give it to an in-law, a family member, something like that. Your moms always love stuff. They took all of our crappy paintings as kindergartners and hung them on the refrigerator. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a step stool with a scratch on it or something. Yes, yes, silly rabbit. I'm closing up now. We did our test. Our last coat is done on the step stool. We've been live for 2 hours and 40 minutes, which actually doesn't seem like that long, but it is 20 till 7, so we'll give you all a look at the step stool. We're not going to start on Matthew's, you can see it's still wet. So we're not going to start on Matthew's 4 hours. Oh, mine says 2 hours and 41 minutes. Unless it reset every time I reconnected. We're not going to start on Matthew's knife thing tonight. We will... Damn, that dent bothers me. I should have hand planed that. Got rid of that. But it is what it is. Cedar of Lebanon. A giant creek and Roman columns. Oh, yeah. Yeah, John, I did, spiral staircase in the church. No dowel pins or fasteners of any kind. Man, that is awesome. John, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I guess we'll... Because I noticed that every now and then it said reconnecting, and then you're live. So, I don't know. I guess we'll find out when I click the end button. I mean, it all is still the same video, I think. When I click the make it public button. So I guess we'll find out if it's 2 hours and 43 minutes long or if it's however long it's been. So that once it's cured, that's going to go to a friend of mine, and the kid, the youngin, little thing, will probably promptly color on it with markers and stuff. But that's what kids do. So, all right, guys, I've taken up way more of your time than I intended to tonight. So thank you all for checking me out and hanging out with me while we conducted this goofy experiment and chatting about different nonsense. I mean, I really appreciate that. That's a lot of fun to me. I like history. I like learning things. I've never done this experiment before, and now I know that there are limitations to stuff. So we'll check you guys all out later, and we'll see you. If I don't put out a video or see you on another live, we'll see you next Saturday about the same time. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.